Tonight, I want you to imagine your hands, not physically, but inwardly. Imagine what your mind has been holding. Expectations, old conversations, unanswered messages, versions of how things should have gone. Sometimes we do not realize how tightly we are gripping. We hold on to praise. We hold on to criticism. We hold on to identity. We hold on to plans. And slowly, the holding becomes tension. The tension becomes fatigue. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, imagine loosening your grip just slightly. In Buddhism, suffering is often described not as pain itself, but as attachment to how things must be. Tonight, we explore 6 stories. Stories of people who believed holding on made them stronger, until they discovered that letting go made them lighter. You do not need to drop everything at once. Just soften your fingers around it. We begin with a story about a musician who refused to stop playing a single note long after the music had moved on. Story 1. The note he would not release. In a city known for its grand concert halls lived a musician named Elias. Elias was gifted. He could play the violin with extraordinary precision. His performances were powerful, emotional, technically flawless. But there was one habit he had that puzzled his orchestra. During rehearsals, when a particular note resonated beautifully in the hall, Elias would hold on to it just a fraction too long, stretching it, savoring it, even as the conductor moved forward. At first, it seemed artistic, expressive, but over time, it disrupted the flow. The music around him advanced, but Elias lingered. He feared something subtle. If he released the perfect note, it would disappear, and with it, the beauty of the moment. Perhaps you recognize this, the desire to hold on to a good moment, to prolong success, to freeze happiness in place. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the inhale must end for the exhale to begin. Elias practiced endlessly, chasing the perfect resonance. When he found it, he clung to it. In concerts, audiences felt the slight delay, the hesitation, the reluctance to move forward. After one performance, the conductor approached him quietly. "You play beautifully," she said, "but you are holding the music hostage." The phrase unsettled him. "I'm honoring the note," he replied. She shook her head gently. "You are afraid to let it fade." That night, Elias sat alone in the empty hall. He played a single note. It rang clearly, vibrant, alive. And then, naturally, it dissolved into silence. He felt a small ache as it faded. The silence felt like loss, but he noticed something else. The silence made space for the next note. In the next part of his story, Elias will learn that music is not made of held notes, but of notes released. For now, let your own mind soften. Is there something you are still holding long after its moment has passed? Breathe in and gently let go. The empty concert hall felt vast around Elias. Rows of vacant seats stretched into shadow. He lifted the violin again and played the same note. Clear, pure, resonant. It filled the space beautifully. And then, as before, it began to fade. This time, he did not try to prolong it. He allowed the bow to lift. He allowed the vibration to dissolve naturally. The silence that followed felt uncomfortable, too open, too undefined. His instinct was to fill it immediately, to prove something, to continue. But instead, he waited. In that waiting, he realized something profound. The beauty of the note was not in its duration. It was in its presence. The note did not need to be extended to be meaningful. It needed to be experienced fully and then released. He thought about the concerts where he had stretched those perfect moments, the applause that lingered in his ears, the praise that warmed his chest. He had held on to those too, replaying compliments in his mind, trying to preserve the feeling of being admired. But admiration fades. Applause quiets. Moments pass, and the tighter he gripped them, the more anxious he became about losing them. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are holding on to a moment that has already completed itself. A compliment, a version of success, a time when things felt easier. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. The breath you just released cannot be reclaimed, and yet another arrives. Elias began experimenting in rehearsal the next day. When a note rang beautifully, he let it go exactly on time. When a passage felt especially powerful, he did not stretch it for effect. He followed the conductor's flow. At first, it felt like loss, like abandoning something precious. But gradually, something changed. The music became fluid, alive, not interrupted by hesitation. He realized that by clinging to one beautiful moment, he had been sacrificing the harmony of the whole. Music is movement. It breathes. It unfolds. It requires trust that the next note will come. Holding on to one perfect sound disrupts the rhythm of becoming. Life is similar. We cling to past joy. We replay old victories. We hold on to praise, but life continues. and clinging creates dissonance. That evening, Elias sat again in the quiet hall. He played an entire piece from beginning to end. No lingering, no hesitation, just flow. Each note rising, each note fading. The silence between them no longer felt like absence. It felt like space, necessary, balanced, alive. He finally understood what the conductor meant. He had not been honoring the note. He had been fearing its end, and fear had narrowed his music. Tonight, you do not need to hold on to anything that has already passed. Not the good, not the difficult. Let each moment fade naturally. The next one will come. Let your body soften. Let your breath move without interference. The beauty of this moment is not in how long you can keep it. It is in allowing it fully. We now move gently into our second story about a woman who kept every gift she had ever received, afraid that letting go of objects meant letting go of love. Let your body grow heavier. Story 2. The Drawer That Would Not Close. In a small apartment filled with carefully stacked boxes lived a woman named Linnea. Linnea kept everything. Birthday cards from years ago, ticket stubs from concerts she barely remembered, small souvenirs from trips long past, gifts from friends she no longer spoke to, letters from relationships that had ended. Each object carried a memory, and each memory carried emotion. She told herself she was sentimental, but the truth was subtler. She feared that letting go of the object meant letting go of the love attached to it. One drawer in particular refused to close fully. It was filled with small items. A bracelet from a former partner, a dried flower from an anniversary dinner, a folded note with handwriting she could recognize instantly. Every time she tried to tidy the apartment, she paused at that drawer. Her hand hovered over it. Her chest tightened. What if I forget? She would think. What if this memory fades? So she kept it all. And slowly, her living space shrank. Not dramatically, but gradually. Shelves filled, closets crowded, drawers strained. Her apartment became a museum of moments. Perhaps you recognize this in your own way, not necessarily with objects, but with attachments, holding on to messages, screenshots, old conversations, keeping them just in case. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the breath does not keep the previous inhale. It releases it completely. Linnea believed that memory required preservation, that love required proof, that history required physical evidence. One evening, as she tried once again to push the stubborn drawer closed, it jammed completely. She pulled it open. The items inside shifted and tangled. The bracelet caught on the edge. The paper bent. The flower crumbled slightly at the edges. For a moment, panic surged. She carefully untangled everything, placing the items on the floor in front of her. The room was quiet. The past spread out before her. In the next part of her story, Linnea will realize that what she fears losing is not contained in these objects, and that holding on too tightly may be preventing her from making space for new life. For now, let your body soften. Notice what you are holding on to, and gently breathe. Linnea sat on the floor, surrounded by the small artifacts of her past. The bracelet lay coiled beside her knee. The dried flower rested fragile and pale in her palm. The folded note remained unopened, though she already knew what it said. For a long time, she simply looked at them, not sorting, not deciding, just looking. She noticed how her body reacted. A tightening in her throat, a subtle pressure behind her eyes. These objects were not merely items. They were anchors, each one tied to a version of herself that no longer existed. The bracelet belonged to a time when she believed love would last forever. The flower came from a dinner filled with promises. The note was written during a period of hopeful uncertainty. Holding the objects felt like holding those identities. If she released them, would she also release who she had been? Would those versions of herself disappear completely? She realized something gently painful. She was not keeping the objects because she loved clutter. She was keeping them because she feared erasure. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is a version of yourself you are afraid to let go of. The one who once loved deeply. The one who once dreamed differently. The one who once believed something that changed. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. Linnea picked up the note first. Her hands trembled slightly as she unfolded it. The words were simple, affectionate, full of certainty about a future that never arrived. She expected the pain to surge sharply, but instead, what she felt was tenderness, not for the relationship, but for herself. She saw clearly now how hopeful she had been, how open, how sincere. That openness had not been foolish. It had been brave. The bracelet felt heavier when she lifted it. It represented a time when she clung tightly to someone who was slowly pulling away. She remembered the anxiety, the sleepless nights, the quiet feeling of knowing something was ending. And yet, she had stayed because she feared letting go. She saw the pattern, holding objects, holding relationships, holding versions of herself, because letting go felt like failure. But maybe letting go was not failure. Maybe it was recognition. Recognition that something had completed its course. The dried flower crumbled slightly between her fingers, its edges fragile, its color faded. It had been beautiful once, but it was not alive anymore. And keeping it did not restore its vitality. It only preserved its remains. Linnea closed her eyes. She imagined the memories without the objects. The dinner still existed in her mind. The laughter, the candlelight, the warmth, the bracelet could disappear, but the experience would remain part of her story. Memory did not require storage. Love did not require evidence. Growth did not require clutter. In the next part of her story, Linnea will make a choice. Not dramatic, not sudden, but quiet and transformative. As she begins to understand that making space is not betrayal, but renewal. For now, let your breath slow. There is nothing you must release all at once. Just soften your grip. Linnea did not rush her decision. She did not suddenly gather everything and throw it away. Instead, she remained seated on the floor, breathing slowly. Inhale, exhale. She picked up the bracelet again. This time, instead of seeing loss, she saw a lesson. She saw how deeply she had been willing to love, how sincerely she had tried. That part of her had not disappeared. It had matured. She placed the bracelet back in the drawer, but not in the same way. Not hidden, not crammed. She folded the note carefully and placed it beside it. Then she paused. Something inside her felt different, not pressured, not forced, just ready. She selected the dried flower. Its petals flaked gently as she held it. She whispered softly, almost to herself, "Thank you." Not to the person, not to the relationship, but to the moment that had once been full and real. Then she stood and walked to the kitchen. She dropped the flower into the compost bin. There was no dramatic sadness, no collapse, just a quiet exhale. Back in the living room, she looked at the remaining objects. Some she returned gently to the drawer. Others she placed in a small box labeled simply, "Finished." Over the next few days, she sorted slowly, not erasing her past, not rejecting it, but honoring its completion. She kept a few items that still felt alive in her heart, not heavy, not charged with unfinished longing, just warm. The drawer eventually closed without resistance. No forcing, no jamming, no tension. The space inside felt intentional, breathable, and something unexpected happened. Her apartment felt lighter, not because of the physical space alone, but because the emotional weight had shifted. She realized she had confused holding on with honoring. But honoring does not require attachment. It requires acknowledgement. As you lie here tonight, notice what drawers inside your mind are overfilled. Old conversations replayed. Moments you revisit. Versions of yourself you keep stored just in case. Gently take a breath. You do not need to discard everything, but you can allow some things to complete. Linnea understood something quietly transformative. Letting go is not betrayal. It is permission. Permission for memory to become wisdom instead of weight. Permission for love to become gratitude instead of longing. Permission for the past to rest where it belongs. Tonight, you can let one small thing soften, not dramatically, just gently. Let your breath move freely. Let your shoulders loosen. There is room for new experiences when old ones are not gripping tightly. We now move into our third story, about a man who held on to anger for so long that he forgot what it felt like to set it down. Let your body grow heavier. Story 3. The weight he carried in silence. In a quiet neighborhood where conversations were polite and measured, lived a man named Thomas. Thomas was known for being calm, composed, even-tempered. He rarely raised his voice, rarely expressed frustration, rarely complained. People admired his steadiness. "He's unshakable," they would say. But there was something no one saw. Thomas carried anger, not explosive anger, not loud, but dense, heavy. Years earlier, a business partner he trusted had betrayed him. Promises broken, money lost, trust shattered. At the time, Thomas had handled it with dignity. He did not argue publicly. He did not seek revenge. He simply withdrew. But inside, something hardened. He replayed the betrayal often. The conversation where the truth emerged. The feeling of being deceived. The quiet humiliation. He told himself he had moved on, but he avoided certain streets, avoided certain conversations, avoided people connected to that chapter. He did not explode, he compressed. Perhaps you recognize this, the anger you never expressed, the resentment you never released, the hurt you never fully processed. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice if your body holds tension you rarely acknowledge. Thomas believed that not expressing anger meant he had transcended it, but unexpressed anger does not dissolve. It settles into the shoulders, into the jaw, into the chest. He noticed small signs: irritability over minor inconveniences, impatience with strangers, a sharp tone that surprised even him. The original betrayal had long passed, but the emotional echo remained. One evening, while cleaning out an old storage box, he found documents from that failed partnership. Contracts, notes, correspondence. The paper felt heavier than it should have. His chest tightened instantly. Years had passed, and yet the memory felt close, alive. In the next part of his story, Thomas will confront something he has avoided for a long time. Not the person who hurt him, but the anger he has been carrying alone. For now, let your breath slow. Notice if there is weight inside you that has never been fully acknowledged. Thomas sat on the floor with the old documents spread out before him. The paper was slightly yellowed at the edges. Ink faded in places, but the memory was not faded at all. It returned in vivid detail. The day he discovered the deception, the careful explanation from his former partner, the moment he realized trust had been misplaced. At the time, he had responded with restraint. "I understand," he had said calmly. But he had not understood, not truly. He had simply contained. He told himself that anger was weakness, that reacting would make him small, that silence was strength. But sitting there now, years later, he felt something undeniable. His jaw was tight, his shoulders stiff, his breath shallow. The anger had never left. It had only gone underground. He realized that by refusing to express it, he had also refused to process it. He had not forgiven. He had postponed. There is a difference. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is something you have told yourself you are over. Notice if your body still reacts when the memory surfaces. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Thomas closed his eyes and allowed the memory to replay fully, not edited, not minimized. He let himself feel the sting of betrayal, the disappointment, the sense of foolishness, and beneath the anger, he discovered something else: grief. He had not only lost money, he had lost trust, lost a friendship, lost a version of the future he had imagined. The anger had been easier to hold than the grief. Anger feels powerful. Grief feels vulnerable. So he had chosen power and carried it silently. He noticed how heavy it felt, like holding a weight long after the exercise ended. At first, it builds strength, but over time, it strains the muscles. He whispered quietly into the empty room, "That hurt." The words felt simple, but honest. For years, he had framed the event as a lesson, a business mistake, a cautionary tale. But he had never admitted the emotional wound. As he allowed himself to acknowledge the hurt, the anger shifted slightly. It was still present, but less rigid, less sharp. He understood now that anger is often a guard at the gate of pain. It stands firm to protect something softer behind it. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is anger protecting something tender inside you. Notice if beneath frustration there might be sadness, or disappointment, or fear. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. Thomas did not excuse what had happened. He did not rewrite history. He simply allowed himself to feel what he had suppressed. And in feeling it fully, something began to loosen. In the next part of his story, Thomas will make a quiet decision, not to forget, not to condone, but to stop carrying what no longer serves him. For now, let your body soften. There is nothing you must resolve tonight. Just breathe. Thomas remained seated on the floor long after the light outside began to fade. The documents were still scattered around him, but they no longer felt like weapons. They felt like relics. He noticed something subtle in his body. His shoulders had lowered slightly. His breath had deepened. Not dramatically, but enough to feel different. For years, he had believed that holding on to anger kept him protected. If he stayed guarded, he would never be deceived again. If he remembered the betrayal sharply, he would not repeat the mistake. But he began to understand something gently transformative. Memory does not require resentment to remain intact. He could remember the lesson without reliving the wound. He could stay wise without staying hardened. There is a difference between learning and carrying. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are still carrying something that has already taught you what it needed to teach. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. Thomas imagined what it would feel like to put the anger down. At first, fear arose. If I let it go, it means it was okay. But that was not true. Letting go is not approval. It is release. He picked up one of the documents and folded it carefully. He did not tear it in rage. He did not burn it dramatically. He simply placed it back in the box. Then he closed the lid. He realized forgiveness was not a single act. It was a shift in posture, a decision, not to rehearse the pain daily, a willingness to stop reopening the wound. He did not need to contact his former partner. He did not need closure from someone else. He needed closure within himself. That night, lying in bed, the memory surfaced again. But this time, when it did, he did not tense. He breathed. He allowed the image to come and go. He whispered internally, "It hurt, and it's over." The statement felt grounding, not dismissive, just real. In the days that followed, he noticed subtle changes. When minor frustrations occurred, he reacted less sharply. When someone disappointed him slightly, he did not assume betrayal. The anger had not vanished overnight, but it no longer dominated his inner landscape. He had stopped gripping it. As you lie here now, notice if there is weight in your chest. Notice if there is tension in your jaw. Imagine setting something down beside you, not forgetting it, not denying it, just placing it on the floor. You do not need to hold it while you sleep. Tomas learned that strength is not the ability to endure silently forever. It is the courage to soften, to feel, to release. Anger had once made him feel solid, but release made him feel light. Tonight, you can be light. You can let your breath move freely. You can allow your body to rest without bracing. We now move gently into our fourth story, about a woman who clung tightly to control in her daily routine until one small disruption revealed a different way of living. Let your body grow heavier. Story 4. The schedule she could not break. In a quiet residential block where mornings followed predictable rhythms, lived a woman named Helena. Helena lived by her schedule. She woke at precisely 6 a.m., tea at 6:15, reading at 6:30, work tasks arranged by priority and time, lunch at exactly noon. Even her evenings were mapped carefully, not because she was forced to, but because she felt safe within structure. The schedule was her anchor. If everything followed the plan, she felt calm. If something shifted unexpectedly, her body reacted instantly. A tightness in her stomach, a subtle irritation, a feeling that something was wrong. Years earlier, her life had been chaotic. Unpredictable family conflicts, sudden changes, broken promises. In that environment, she had felt powerless. So as an adult, she created predictability. Routine became control. Control became security. Perhaps you recognize this. The comfort of knowing exactly what comes next. the discomfort when plans change without warning. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the breath does not arrive at a fixed second every time, yet it arrives. One Monday morning, her routine faltered. Her alarm did not go off. She woke late, the sun already higher than usual. Her heart jumped immediately. Her mind began calculating lost time. The tea brewed too quickly. The reading was skipped. The sequence disrupted. She felt off balance all day, as though the foundation beneath her had shifted. Nothing catastrophic happened. Work continued. The world did not collapse, but inside her, tension remained. She replayed the morning repeatedly. If only I had checked the alarm. If only I had woken earlier. She realized how much emotional weight she placed on structure. Her schedule was not just organization, it was armor. Later that week, a meeting was canceled unexpectedly. An open hour appeared in her calendar. Instead of relief, she felt anxiety. What should she do? How should she use it? Unstructured time felt like standing without support. In the next part of her story, Helena will face a moment where structure fails again, and she will discover that flexibility is not chaos, but resilience. For now, let your body soften. Notice if you cling to certain routines for safety. Breathe gently. A few days after the missed alarm, Helena's carefully balanced routine shifted again. This time, it was not her fault. A sudden storm rolled through the city overnight. Roads flooded. Public transportation delayed. Her usual commute became impossible. She stood at her window, watching rain pour relentlessly down the glass. Her phone buzzed with notifications of canceled appointments, rescheduled meetings, altered plans. Her calendar, once so symmetrical and ordered, now showed empty spaces and rearranged blocks. Her chest tightened. She felt unmoored, as if someone had quietly removed the ground beneath her feet. She paced the living room, made new lists, reorganized tasks, tried to reconstruct the day into something predictable. But the storm did not cooperate. The rain continued. The delays continued. For the first time in years, she had a day that could not be structured into obedience. Eventually, exhausted from trying to control what was clearly uncontrollable, she sat down. The rain tapped rhythmically against the windows. No alarm, no schedule, no fixed agenda for the next hour. Her body remained tense at first. Her thoughts raced. This is wasted time. You should be productive. You're falling behind. But there was nothing to fix, no immediate task requiring her, just weather, just waiting. As you lie here tonight, notice if you become uneasy when there is nothing to manage. Notice if open space feels like vulnerability. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Helena watched a droplet slide slowly down the window pane. It did not rush. It did not consult a schedule. It followed gravity, simple, unforced. She realized that her need for structure was not about productivity. It was about certainty. If the day was mapped, she felt secure. If the hour was assigned, she felt in control. But control had become rigidity, and rigidity had become tension. She remembered her childhood unpredictability, arguments erupting without warning, plans dissolving abruptly. She had learned that preparedness reduced pain, but she had also learned something unintended, that spontaneity was dangerous. Now, as an adult, she had overcorrected. Life had become a tightly wound instrument, always tuned, never relaxed. The rain continued. She allowed herself to sit for 10 full minutes without planning anything. At first, it felt uncomfortable, almost irresponsible. Then, something subtle shifted. Her breathing slowed. Her shoulders lowered slightly. The absence of structure did not harm her. It simply existed. She began to sense that flexibility was not the same as chaos. It was the ability to bend without breaking. In the next part of her story, Helena will experiment with something unfamiliar, leaving one small space in her day intentionally unplanned and discovering what grows there. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to control tomorrow tonight. The rain falls without instruction, and you are still safe. The storm passed by morning. The sky cleared. The streets dried. Helena's calendar gradually returned to its usual structure, but something inside her had shifted. That day of interruption lingered in her mind, not as a disaster, but as a quiet lesson. A few days later, she did something small, almost invisible. When planning her week, she left one square empty. Just 1 hour. No task assigned. No label. No objective. The blank space unsettled her at first. Her instinct was to fill it, to make it efficient, useful. But she resisted. When the hour arrived, she sat at her kitchen table. No agenda, no timer. Her mind immediately tried to create structure. Read something, organize a drawer, answer emails. Instead, she simply watched her breath. Inhale, exhale. She noticed how unfamiliar it felt to exist without purpose for even a short time. Her identity had been tied to function, to accomplishment, to order. Without something to manage, who was she? As you lie here tonight, notice if you equate rest with waste. Notice if being still feels unproductive. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. Helena allowed her thoughts to rise and fall without organizing them. Memories surfaced, ideas drifted in and out. Nothing required immediate action. And slowly, her nervous system softened. She felt something she had not felt in years. Spaciousness, not chaos, not danger, just room. Room to think, room to feel, room to breathe. Over the next weeks, she continued leaving small spaces open. Sometimes she used them to walk without destination. Sometimes she sat quietly. Sometimes she did nothing at all. And she noticed something remarkable. Her productivity did not decline. Her responsibilities did not collapse. In fact, her focus improved. Because her days were no longer rigid, they were responsive. She learned that control is useful, but flexibility is freedom. Structure supports life, but space allows it to move. One evening, as she prepared for bed, she looked at her calendar for the next day. It was organized, clear, balanced, and one small square remained empty. Instead of anxiety, she felt calm. The blank space no longer threatened her. It invited her. As you lie here now, imagine one small space inside your mind, unfilled. One moment not planned. One breath not controlled. Let it expand gently. You do not need to manage every second. You do not need to predict every shift. Life will move, and you can move with it. Helena did not abandon her schedule. She softened it. She did not lose structure. She gained resilience. Tonight, you do not need to prepare for every possibility. You can rest in uncertainty. The morning will arrive on its own. Now, we gently move into our fifth story, about a man who clung tightly to being right in every argument until he realized that winning often cost him connection. Let your body grow heavy. Story 5. The argument he could not release. In a lively neighborhood where conversations often stretched late into the evening, lived a man named Darius. Darius was intelligent, quick with words, sharp in debate. He enjoyed discussion, philosophy, politics, ideas. He valued logic, precision, accuracy, and in most arguments, he was right. Or at least, he believed he was. but there was something he rarely admitted. After conversations ended, he did not let them go. He replayed them, reconstructed sentences, imagined better comebacks, sharpened points he could have delivered more effectively. Even when he had clearly won, he felt restless, as if something remained unresolved. Perhaps you recognize this. The argument that continues long after the other person has gone to sleep. The internal courtroom where you present evidence again and again. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the breath does not argue with itself. It flows. Darius believed being right meant being respected, and being respected meant being secure. Years earlier, his opinions had been dismissed frequently. He had felt small, ignored, overlooked, so he learned to strengthen his arguments, to anticipate objections, to prepare responses before they were needed. And it worked. People listened. People conceded. People sometimes withdrew from debating him entirely. He interpreted that as victory, but something subtle shifted over time. Conversations became tense. Friends hesitated before sharing opposing views. Discussions turned into contests. And even when he proved his point, he felt strangely alone afterward. One evening, during dinner with a close friend, a small disagreement escalated. It was minor, an interpretation of a book, a difference in perspective. But Darius leaned in, voice firm, dismantling her reasoning step by step. His friend fell quiet, then said softly, "I don't need you to win. I need you to listen." The words struck him unexpectedly. He felt a flash of defensiveness. "I am listening," he replied. But later that night, lying in bed, he replayed her tone. It wasn't anger, it was distance. In the next part of his story, Darius will begin to question whether holding on to being right is worth the subtle cost he has been paying. For now, let your body soften. Notice if there is an argument still echoing in your mind, and gently breathe. That night, Darius did not fall asleep easily. The room was quiet, but his mind was not. He replayed the dinner conversation in precise detail, her words, his response, the moment her shoulders lowered slightly, the silence that followed. At first, he justified himself. "I was only clarifying. I was defending the truth. I was being logical." But beneath the justifications, something stirred. A subtle discomfort. He imagined the scene from her perspective, sitting across from someone who dismantled every sentence, corrected every nuance, left no room for uncertainty. Was he listening? Or was he waiting to counter? As you lie here tonight, Notice if you sometimes prepare your response before the other person has finished speaking. Notice if being right feels urgent. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Darius began tracing the pattern backward. In childhood, when he expressed opinions, they were often dismissed quickly. "You're too young to understand." "You're wrong. Don't argue." He had learned that being heard required precision, that mistakes led to embarrassment, that uncertainty invited ridicule. So he sharpened his mind. He trained himself to anticipate counter-arguments, to defend before being attacked. But over time, defense became dominance, and dominance created distance. He remembered times when friends had stopped debating him entirely. He had assumed they conceded, but perhaps they had simply disengaged. He began to understand something uncomfortable. He was not arguing to discover truth. He was arguing to protect himself from feeling small again. Being right felt like armor. But armor, while protective, is heavy. It prevents closeness. It blocks touch. It creates separation. The next day, he met the same friend for coffee. The tension lingered faintly between them. She mentioned a topic casually, a subject he strongly disagreed with. He felt the familiar surge, the impulse to correct, to dissect, to assert. But he paused, just for a moment. He noticed his breath, shorter, faster. He asked himself silently, "What am I trying to protect right now?" The answer surprised him. "My ego." Not truth, not clarity. Ego. He listened instead, fully, not to prepare a rebuttal, but to understand. She spoke longer than she had the night before. Her tone relaxed. Her ideas unfolded without interruption. He realized something subtle but powerful. Listening did not diminish him. It did not erase his intelligence. It did not make him weak. It made him connected. In the next part of his story, Darius will face a moment where he chooses not to win, and in doing so, discovers something far more valuable than victory. For now, let your body soften. Notice if there is a debate inside your mind still searching for closure. You do not need to win it tonight. Just breathe. A week later, Darius found himself in another disagreement, this time at work. A colleague presented a strategy he strongly disagreed with. The flaws were obvious to him. He felt the familiar rise of urgency, the tightening in his chest, the sharpening of his thoughts. He could dismantle the proposal in minutes. He could demonstrate its weaknesses clearly. He could win. He paused, just long enough to notice the pattern, the impulse to dominate the conversation, the subtle fear of being overlooked if he stayed quiet. He remembered his friend's words. "I don't need you to win. I need you to listen." So he tried something new. Instead of launching into critique, he asked, "Can you walk me through your reasoning?" His colleague did, and as she explained, he noticed something unexpected. The idea was not perfect, but it wasn't foolish either. There were aspects he hadn't considered, and even where he disagreed, he realized the conversation did not need to be a battle. When it was his turn to speak, he shared his concerns calmly, not as weapons, but as contributions. The discussion shifted. It became collaborative, not competitive. Later, sitting alone in his office, he felt a strange calm. He had not won, but he had not lost either. He had participated, and the participation felt lighter than victory ever had. He began noticing how often he carried old arguments in his mind, replaying them, refining them, sharpening them long after they were over. He saw now that holding on to arguments kept him in constant tension, as if the debate were still active, as if he were always on stage defending himself. But most arguments end. The other person moves on. Life continues. Only the mind keeps fighting. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is a conversation still looping in your thoughts. Notice if you are silently defending yourself in the dark. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. You do not need to win an argument to be worthy. You do not need to correct every misunderstanding. You do not need to be right to be respected. Darius began practicing release. After discussions ended, he would intentionally let them go. If his mind replayed them, he would whisper internally, "It's finished." At first, the mind resisted. It wanted closure, validation, resolution. But gradually, the urgency softened. He realized that the desire to win had often cost him connection. Being right had felt powerful, but being open felt peaceful. He still valued truth, still valued clarity, but he no longer needed to prove himself constantly. He learned that understanding someone else does not weaken your position. It expands it. Tonight, you do not need to finish any argument. Not the one from yesterday. Not the one from years ago. You can set it down. Let your jaw unclench. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath move without defense. There is no debate in this moment, only rest. Now, we gently move into our sixth and final story about a woman who tried to hold on to every opportunity, afraid to miss out, until she discovered that choosing less can bring more peace. Let your body grow heavy. Story 6. The choice she could not make. In a city overflowing with possibility lived a woman named Arya. Arya loved opportunity. Workshops, invitations, projects, social gatherings, travel plans. If something interesting appeared, she wanted to say yes. She feared missing out, not dramatically, but quietly. If she declined one invitation, she wondered what meaningful connection she might lose. If she chose one project, she worried about the doors the other project might have opened. Her calendar was full. Her phone buzzed constantly. Her evenings rarely empty. From the outside, her life looked vibrant, exciting, dynamic. But inside, she felt stretched. Not exhausted exactly, but fragmented, always moving from one commitment to the next, rarely fully present. Perhaps you recognize this subtle tension. The fear that choosing one path means losing another. The discomfort of closing a door. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the breath chooses to leave fully before another can enter. Arya told herself she was maximizing life, experiencing everything, keeping options open. But the more options she kept, the harder decisions became. She spent hours analyzing small choices. Which event to attend, which opportunity to pursue, which direction to commit to. Each decision felt heavy because saying yes to one meant saying no to something else. One evening, she received 2 invitations for the same night, both meaningful, both appealing. She paced her apartment, weighed pros and cons, imagined both scenarios, tried to predict which would be more fulfilling. Her mind grew louder, her chest tighter. The decision felt disproportionate to its importance. She realized something uncomfortable. It was not about the invitations. It was about the fear of missing something better. The fear that life was happening elsewhere. The fear that by choosing, she was limiting herself. In the next part of her story, Arya will confront the cost of keeping every door slightly open and discover that peace does not come from having more options, but from fully inhabiting one. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to choose anything tonight. Just breathe. Arya stood in her living room with both invitations open on her phone. One was a small dinner gathering with close friends, warm, intimate, familiar. The other was a networking event with new faces, potential, opportunity, expansion. She imagined herself at the dinner, laughing, relaxed. Then she imagined herself at the networking event, meeting someone who might open an unexpected door. Her mind began constructing parallel futures. If I choose the dinner, I might miss an important connection. If I choose the event, I might miss a meaningful conversation. The possibilities multiplied, each one tugging at her attention. Her body responded subtly, a tightness in her shoulders, a shallow breath, a low-level anxiety humming beneath the surface. She realized she had not truly rested in months. Even during events she chose, a part of her wondered about the other option. If she attended the dinner, she checked her phone occasionally. If she attended the networking event, she wondered what stories she was missing among friends. Her presence was divided, her attention split. As you lie here tonight, notice if you ever find yourself physically in one place but mentally elsewhere. Notice how that fragmentation feels in your body. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Arya remembered her childhood. Opportunities had been scarce then, limited. She had learned to grab every chance that appeared, to say yes quickly before it disappeared. That habit had once served her. It had opened doors, expanded her world, but now abundance had replaced scarcity. And yet she behaved as though every door might vanish forever. She saw the pattern clearly. Her fear was not about missing events. It was about missing a better version of life. She believed that somewhere else, something more exciting might be happening. Some opportunity more aligned, some experience more perfect. But constantly scanning for better kept her restless, unable to land fully anywhere. That night, instead of choosing immediately, she set her phone down. She closed her eyes. She asked herself a simple question. Where do I want to be? Not strategically, but honestly. The answer surprised her. The dinner. Not because it was more impressive, but because it felt warm, grounded. She noticed how rare that feeling had become. Warmth, not ambition, not expansion, just connection. Still, hesitation lingered. What if I regret it? The thought echoed. As you lie here now, notice how often regret is anticipated before it even exists. Notice how the mind tries to protect you from future disappointment. Gently breathe. Regret lives in imagination until it becomes real. Arya realized she had been trying to optimize life, maximize outcomes, avoid all possible future disappointment. But life cannot be optimized perfectly. It can only be lived. She picked up her phone and declined the networking event. Her thumb hovered for a moment before pressing send. A subtle wave of fear passed through her. Then, quiet. The world did not collapse. Opportunities did not evaporate instantly. The sky did not darken. Just one door gently closed. In the next part of her story, Arya will discover what happens when she fully inhabits one choice without scanning for alternatives, and how choosing less brings more presence. For now, let your breath slow. You do not need to keep every door open tonight. Rest where you are. The evening of the dinner arrived quietly. Arya dressed without overthinking. She left her apartment without checking the networking event updates. There was still a faint whisper in her mind. What if you're missing something important? But she noticed it and let it pass. When she arrived at her friend's home, the atmosphere was warm, soft lighting, simple food, unhurried conversation. No one was networking, no one was performing. People spoke slowly, listened fully, laughed without glancing at their phones. At first, Arya felt the urge to check hers, just briefly, just to make sure she wasn't missing something extraordinary. She resisted. She placed the phone face down on the table. She leaned into the conversation instead, and gradually, something shifted. Her body relaxed. Her laughter came easily. She was not calculating the value of the moment. She was simply in it. At one point, a friend shared something vulnerable, a struggle at work, a doubt about the future. Normally, Arya might have been half present, half curious about elsewhere. But tonight, she listened fully, and she felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. Depth, not stimulation, not excitement. Depth. The kind of depth that comes from staying, from not scanning for alternatives, from choosing and then committing. As you lie here tonight, notice how often your mind wanders to elsewhere, elsewhere in time, elsewhere in possibility, elsewhere in comparison. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. There is no elsewhere in this breath, only here. Later that night, walking home under soft streetlights, Arya felt calm, not because the evening had been extraordinary, but because she had been fully present. She realized something quietly powerful. The fear of missing out had caused her to miss what she was already inside. By trying to hold on to every possibility, she had diluted each experience. But when she chose one path and let the others close peacefully, her attention deepened. And attention is where richness lives. In the weeks that followed, she practiced choosing differently. When she said yes, she meant it fully. When she said no, she released the alternative gently. She stopped checking for better options once a choice was made, and slowly, her life felt less frantic, less fragmented, more whole. She discovered that abundance does not require endless options. It requires presence within the option chosen. Tonight, You do not need to choose between futures. You do not need to optimize tomorrow. You do not need to scan for something better. You are here, in this moment, in this breath. And this is enough. Let your body grow heavy. Let your thoughts soften. One door closes, another opens, and you do not need to stand in all of them at once. Now, we gently move into our closing. Let your breath slow. Let your mind settle. Now, the night has deepened. The stories have unfolded gently, like leaves loosening from branches. The musician who learned to release the note. The woman who allowed the drawer to close. The man who set down silent anger. The woman who softened her rigid schedule. The man who stopped fighting to be right. The woman who chose one path and let the others rest. Each of them believed at some point that holding on created safety, that gripping tightly prevented loss, that keeping everything open protected possibility. But slowly, quietly, they discovered something else. Holding on creates tension. Letting go creates space. And space is where peace begins. Tonight, you do not need to hold anything. Not the argument from earlier. Not the regret from years ago. Not the possibility you didn't choose. Not the version of yourself you once were. You can loosen your grip. Feel your hands resting beside you. Feel your shoulders melting downward. Let your jaw soften. Let your tongue rest gently in your mouth. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, imagine placing something down. It does not need to disappear. It just does not need to be carried right now. Another breath in and out. The inhale comes. The exhale leaves. Neither tries to stay longer than it should. Life moves this way too. Moments rise. Moments fade. Clinging interrupts the rhythm. Releasing restores it. If a thought appears, let it pass like a drifting cloud. If a memory surfaces, let it float gently by. You do not need to analyze it. You do not need to fix it. You do not need to finish it tonight. Let your body grow heavier. Let your breathing deepen. There is nothing to win, nothing to preserve, nothing to defend. You are not responsible for holding the entire story of your life in this moment. You are only responsible for this breath. Inhale slowly, exhale completely. Notice how the exhale feels like surrender, not defeat, surrender. The soft surrender that leads to rest. The freedom of letting go is not dramatic. It is quiet, subtle, almost invisible. It is the gentle choice not to grip, not to replay, not to resist. And in that softness, sleep approaches naturally, like a tide rolling in without force. Your body knows how to rest. Your mind knows how to quiet. You do not need to command it. Just allow. Let your thoughts grow dimmer. Let the edges of awareness soften. Let the stories dissolve into stillness. You are safe. You are supported. You are allowed to release. Good night. Rest deeply and let go into peaceful sleep.